Okie dokie, artichokes. Ads are out of the way. We've super glued a brush back together. We're on track for an amazing night right now. Stupid. Perfect, I say. Perfect. Absolutely perfection. Wood glue. Hold for good for keeping things together. So how are you? You going to read tonight? You gonna read a good book? What are you reading, Potato? Uh, 100% is sus. 100% sus. I need a small, minor victory. I want to take aggression out on something. Cutting pink foam for a light tower, perfect idea. Okay. I sculpted noodles. Okay. So now we no longer need knife. I can go there. Get this. We get this guy and we put the guy like this on top of the thing. Good evening, Lion. So I wanted something that I could mount this thing to eventually. So now we have it. Now what do we do? We need to take texture paste and slap it on. That didn't work. I like how Stream Elements breaks. Good job, Stream Elements. Do not need light tower or lighthouse. Do need this though. All right. I'm missing something. I'm missing a thing. 1 second. And that's why I have my thing. I have found it. It was acquiredable. And Painty paints now. Yay. One second. Need to switch a tab over in OBS. Isn't that just chill? It's already better, Potato, because you're here. And I've managed to attempt to super glue my fingers together. So, right now we're batting 1,000. I had pizza, and as my reward for not telling somebody off, I had a Coke. So I feel like there's character growth there. Uh, so the reason why my day is kind of crappy is I had a brain fart today. Drove to the wrong Maggiano's for a professional meeting. Then drove to the right one to not be able to talk to anybody because I needed to be home in time because we're trying to get something out the door today. To get home, to find that we did all of our stuff, but the person that was supposed to do something didn't do their job. And at 5:30, they had logged off. So I elected to leave before I started using more explicitives than I could count. Because I was kind of tired of this shit. So we start by playing with mud. Have I ever done this before? No. Are we trying something new? Yes. Are we painting bravely like the podcast? Possibly. Mini food. Different texture base. Hey, Gel Tip! How are you? All right, you get that gym lift in. I mean, it's supposed to be a rocky base for a lighthouse. I don't have any of my big texture paste because I don't know where that bottle went. So this is going to have to do. Now what? So apparently I'm spoiled, by the way. I didn't realize this. So usually at 4 o'clock Eastern time, I would log off. Um, uh, and I would be like Jill, and I would go to like my gym, which is the park, and I would do like half hour, 45-minute walk around the park and stuff like that. Well, um, usually afterwards to reward, for such a hard week and all of the stuff that I had to do, I would typically order myself pizza as my Friday night dinner. Because of where I am at, traffic sometimes can be extremely frustrating to deal with. So I try to order something that's easy to pick up on my way home. The ladies at Papa John's have spoiled me because usually if I order it at the park and I drive 10 minutes, they have it ready to go. Whereas Pizza Hut today was like, "Excuse me, sir, we said 5:41 and it will be exactly 5:41 before it is ready." I'm like, "Are you serious?" So, all right. We can no longer see rough edges. I'm going to call that experiment complete. Um, that sounds solid. We all deserve a break. I'm going to move this out of the way. All right, give me a second, and I'm going to go clean this up and get my wet palette. All right. Potato I have in the past. Um, on Friday nights, Visit sometimes runs his little Discord hangout group. I've joined it. I have tried to convince Smiling to get over to Discord so we could use that for stay and frame together. So when we're painting and jamming together, uh, I could make a voice channel in my server really quick and invite you to it. We have done that with No Mana Man before in the past as well. I, all of that to say, yes, I have. I just don't do it all the time. Visit was currently in the hospital for something, not him related, but So I doubt he'll be around tonight. I'm currently pondering what I want to paint. I know I'm going to paint something. The question is, do I paint something to finish it, or do I paint something to start? So give me a few minutes. Discord, my channel. Um, one second. Okay. Channel. All right. Server settings. Where are you at? All right. Okay. Potato, do you have a Discord server you would like to chat in, or would you like to join mine? I did create one. Let me know when you're in there, and we will. Layden! I have not collected your Discord yet. So it's a little. Yeah, I have not collected yours. I've collected Isidore's, but not yours. Data ones. There we go. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. All right. For any that want to join that have the streamer tag, because Visit's not here, feel free to join me on my server. If you're in my server and you don't have the tag, let me know and I will correct it. What do you mean? I just need to make them smaller right now.
Painty_paints, stay in frame.
I don't have
smiley
anything
face.
to put in frame yet, Yaddy. Well, hold on. Oh my god. There you go. You have it now. You do it. Zip. Yeah, way to go, Yaddy. Why do you got to be mean like that? So we could start spot. I'm not really feeling that. Or we could finish this last skeleton really quick. And we'll call this trio done. I think the trio of dumbasses. Fuck you, Cat Cam. Uh-oh. I have a potato. The question is, did Discord screw up my settings? Nope. What permission did I forget to set? Yeah, sorry. Bum, bum. One second. I'm trying to figure out how I screw up stuff on settings. Uh, I know. I'm just very special. Does that work now? Nope. Nope. How's that? Does that work now, potato?
Yep, that works now.
Yes! I figured it out all by myself. I'm a smarty pants.
Very smart indeed.
I did not have a voice channel created because I was like, oh, I don't need one of those. Apparently, I do now. Apparently, I do. So, how are you doing, potato?
I'm sleepy.
So is my cat, but the cat camera decided to stop working because it's a. Why are you so complicated? Like, really? Why can't.
My friend
Uh,
bought a game called. I have to find the box. It's Nemesis, the game Nemesis, and I guess they have different expansions and whatnot. And my friend bought the cat forms of all of the expansion monsters and main game.
that sounds like an amazing thing.
And they're all like little space alien cats that are super adorable. And some of them are like astronauts and like half dead zombie looking aliens. And they have aliens with tentacles, but they're cats. It's pretty great.
Have you ever seen Tentacle Cat, Kitty?
I have. I enjoy it.
Okay. I was going to ask because I have.
Actually, in the next packet, I'm probably going to paint has a giant bug like cat and a tentacle kitty.
So I have a tentacle kitty that's wrapped up in an IT cord that hangs out in my office.
Actually, this model's cooler than I thought because it also has like fungi on it too with the tentacles.
It's got fun. Would you say it's a fun guy?
I don't know. It's a cat.
How did this and you, ma'am, are on my nerve today. My lesson.
Hmm.
I was referring to my cat. She's been
Oh
in a
yeah.
she's been in like super sassy mode, and she's like, "Excuse me, sir. I feel that you've ignored me and you've slighted me in some way." I'm like, "I have not. You have, therefore, I shall cause all of the problems, and not just one."
Yeah. My dog, if she gets angry at me, she'll like hide my stuff away or start chewing at my stuff. Like she'll start digging in my closet and then eat stuff in my closet. She recently found out she can climb in my closet and find stuff. And then I have like a place on my desk. She knows where I keep all my rubber bands, and she'll purposely dump out that basket to get to my rubber bands and run off with them.
How big is this dog?
She's like about 50 pounds to 47.
So, like a medium-sized dog that
Yeah.
is very much acting as a lap dog. That's like, "Excuse me, it's time for Paul theft larceny or something."
Yeah, she's got Shar-Pei in her, so like The thing I say about like Japanese dog breeds is I think they're basically cats with the dog loyalty.
That sounds about true, honestly.
I haven't met a single dog that's like a Japanese based dog that isn't cat like.
Well, the Shiba Inu can be very cat coded.
Yeah, but
Like,
so is the Shar Pei. Like the way she looks at me when she's stealing my shit. And like recently, she stole my job badge because she was mad I was leaving for work, thinking I wouldn't go to work if I didn't have my badge, and hid it in her bed.
all I've learned is my cat's not that vindictive. Um,
Congratulations.
no, she just makes sure that when it's bedtime, she's going to be like all over my desk. She'll like to hang out on my mat and paint and like be like, "Excuse me, I'm going to take this corner." It's like, "Okay, you can have that corner," but then she's like, "I really want more of the corner." I'm like, "I can't have all of the corner." But then she's like, "But I want more of the corner." I'm like, You can't have more of the corners. I need you to be filling out over here." So I tried to move her, and last time she got her claws hooked into my mat, and then the mat moved it. I'm like, son of a biscuit, there goes the spare water cup that I had that I was using to um, do my metallics in.
And that's really funny. My dog will purposely do that all the time. She, especially when I'm not if I'm not going to bed on time, she gets really moody and starts nipping and like will like start taking my shit and dumping my baskets and chewing anything she can get her hands on. Like she like chewed up one of the miniatures I took like 40 plus hours to paint.
I don't want to be
And
angry at the dog, but the dog.
I wasn't mad though. Like I really wasn't, which is the crazy part. Cause like I was upset about the situation, but I wasn't
Mhm.
mad because I looked at her and I'm like, "Your face is too cute. I forgive you."
you're just a you're just a little goofy ball. I get it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry we didn't go to bed on time.
Well, at the moment I was really mad. She was just laying on her back and she has the Sharpay face, so her face is like the wrinkly old man. And she had all of her facial structure because she has like a German Shepherd face, but like the Sharpay wrinkles.
Uh-huh.
And her whole face, like when she lays down, just slacks to her top of her head. So
Hmm.
like all the extra skin that isn't shown when she's standing up straight just makes her look like really silly. And I was like, I can't even be mad at you because of how dumb you look sometimes.
So yeah, Yeti. Um, I'm kind of on par with Potato. We can't be mad at you because of how goofy you look most of the time. I don't know if your face is that cute, but you do have the goofiness.
I would agree.
Love you, Yab. You're a wonderful human being. Sorry I wasn't around this morning to torment you if you were streaming. I was otherwise preoccupied with something else. I had to be in office today for stuff. Check
Wait,
out
what's
my
your palette out of curiosity? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
what palette?
Your paint palette. I
That is
noticed
the
you just had a camera on it.
it is the Redgrass Games palette. I'm going to use some bone colors, so I'm going to do some dark mud with some bone kalki and some tooth and nails to brighten it up to make the skeletons pop out just a smidgen more. The cat cam is currently being a little biatch, Jay, and is not working. So I'm sorry. Eventually, she'll probably get on desk with me and she'll be hanging out. Keep me safe from the ball that I bought you. Please and thank you, my love. Oh, it's dead. Son of a biscuit.
Is OBS doing the thing where it disconnects the camera in a weird way and then you end up having to start the program again?
So the camera sometimes gets, because I have it, the cord stretched, it's an older webcam. So when I turn it up and down, sometimes it gets stuck and it freezes on itself. So the way to do that is what I would do is I would usually just, deactivate the cam and then reactivate the cam, and all of a sudden it works. Okay. I just needed to be sassy with it, Jay, and eventually it would have worked. Because when you first, we got on voice, I was like, oh yeah, if you see Catra, she's like laying there with her head half hanging off the cat bed. And, she was like super cute. And it's like, now it didn't want to behave. So it's like, okay. Okay.
At some point, my dog acquired another sock of mine, and I don't know when.
So that's what happens to the socks?
So I've never had a dog like this, but she doesn't really bark. But the one thing I have issues with is she really likes it when my stuff stinks to the core. So after a really hard hike or like a heavy workout, or if I've sweated in my socks all day, or a pair of shoes that literally stink to the brim,
Mm-hmm.
like she cannot bring herself to not choose those things or take off with them.
So you have to be like super careful because your dog has a weird smell fetish.
Well, if it's really stinky and it smells like me, she'll run off with it.
But if it's just stinky, no.
If it's just stinky, yeah, but like it has to like reek. And then for some reason socks always reek the perfect amount. So then she makes a fortitude of socks around her. And as I'm like streaming or doing whatever, like, and I'm showing my dog off, there's always like 3 or 4 pairs of socks back there. And I just gave up. I just gave up. And so sometimes my chat will count how many socks there are and be like, well, how many socks has she collected? And I was like, I don't even know at this point.
So how active has Potato been this week? Let's count the socks.
Yeah, that's real. I used to have these really nice winter boots, and then they were really stinky because I wore them for years, right? Then at some point you can't get the smell out
Mm-hmm.
of the leather of yourself. And I had these boots for like 5, 6 years, maybe 10 plus years. My mom owned them before me, and my dog just like straight up ripped them apart.
All right. So we have hand-me-down hiking boots that sound really comfortable and great to wear, or a dog.
Yeah, I chose a dog, I guess. She's still here. I also traded away my free time, so there's that.
There you go, Jay. She's got the interest outside. There's a bird. She's in full track mode. Full track. So I took her outside yesterday, Jay. I got her in her little pink harness. She is not an outdoor cat. I do not let her go outside because next door to me, there's a neighbor. Somehow we have acquired a feral cat in our neighborhood that is not neutered. Super great when you look out in the morning and your cat's going crazy inside and you're like, what's going on? And you go, oh, there's a new litter of kittens next door.
Wow.
It's great and they're cute, but I get concerned about where they go and who takes care of them. Because my neighbor My neighbors love cats, but they haven't been able to capture the mom and try to get them neutered. Like I'm almost to the point where it's like it's time to start actively trying to figure out ways to capture her, so we can get her neutered, um, and let her back into the neighborhood because she's spicy. But anyway, so I don't let her free roam outside. So I got her a little pink harness because it was on sale at PetSmart or whatever when I went and picked up her food one day. I was like, we're gonna try to harness train her a little bit so she would like not like run off like crazy right now. So I had her out last night when I was taking the trash out, and I let her hang out on my back and walk with me because she will actually ride on my shoulder quite a bit. Uh, she is that calm for it until there's like a really loud noise, and then she's like, "Excuse me, your shoulder is now scratched forever." Uh,
I used to have a guinea pig like that. I used to be able to take it out on walks because it would just sit on my shoulder.
so it's really nice, but I'm like getting the trash can out, and I'm like throwing the trash in the trash can, and it's making a really loud noise, and she gets really scared, and like her back claw. I'm like, "Nope, you're going inside now." She went inside and she hung out inside for just a little bit, and she's like, "Excuse me, human, I'm okay with that. How are you? Do you want to say hello to Potato? Hmm? Can you say hello?"
Cat's meowing. It's so cute. You want to hear a really dumb skill of mine?
Sure.
I can meow like a cat.
So she is currently trying to help me paint by nuzzling my arm.
So is my dog. But she's not helping. She's trying to get into my rubber band basket.
So she tries to get into my brush box every so often. And she likes to be scared of my brushes and love my brushes all at the same time. One day I was trying to convince her to get off my desk, and I had this brush here in my mouth, and it was pointed towards her, and she goes, "Excuse me, this is Snake. My claws come out," and it got me pretty good. I was like, "Okay, we need to trim these now."
My
Did you have
dog's on
fun?
my lap right now. Oh gosh, no.
My dog's on my lap. Oh gosh, I know what that means. Yes, hello. She likes to nuzzle into my beard.
Sorry, I was trying to talk, but then she started licking my face profusely, and like it was just a lot.
Well, I'm trying to give Katra her attention, so she decides to leave, my desk by choice. And it's like, you need to be closer so I can give you nuzzles on your beard.
I'm a
Like,
firm believer that I used to beg my cat for attention, but now I'm just sometimes hoping my dog will go away.
I can understand that. They have a way with life sometimes. So you're gonna hang out on the edge of my desk and clean yourself. I'm gonna go back to this then. You chose to clean yourself.
Well, I was painting, but now I am
Now,
dealing with dog.
now you're giving dog attention.
Yes.
Dog want attention. So what book are you reading?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Secondhand Curses, I think it's called.
Secondhand Curses. Interesting. What is that book about?
It's about like fairy tales as Grimm's fairy tales and your classics like Cinderella, things like that, who make deals with fairies, but takes the realistic ideal of fairies Like fairy godmothers in the past would be kind of, they would give you a deal, but you wouldn't be exactly getting what you want,
Uh-huh.
right? So, like, true fairies are kind of devious. Anyways, there's this guy named Jack, and he runs a whole bunch of missionaries. One is a Frankenstein, essentially. One is a werewolf, and one is something else. And they go through each of kind of the fairy tales with a little bit of a twist, and they solve it. And oftentimes, if there's witches or fairies involved, they try to kill them because they are mercenaries.
Mm. I might have to put that to my list to look at when I finish my current audio library book set that I have.
But I've been kind of enjoying it only because, like, it's a little bit weird, but at the same breath, I think it kind of has a nice tone to it.
Be safe, Gel Tip. Thank you for that alert while you worked out and got buff. Yeah. Um, so I enjoy urban fantasy books. Like I really enjoy Dresden stuff. Uh, I was reading when I was at a convention. I got the free book for Grave Dealings, which is the R.R. Verde series for Detective Graves, which has a really interesting concept. I just, for whatever reason, the book I'm not always enjoying it. He essentially is a detective that can't figure out how he died. So he's spending his life right now jumping from body to body, figuring out what happened to him in bits and pieces. So he has to go up against like supernatural, so like kitsunes and all that kind of stuff. They just haven't like I haven't seen like the reward of the payoff because I haven't really found out how they're connected aside from him building his little squad so far. Welcome in, Bale. Yeah. She's hanging out right here near my hand. So we haven't zoomed in yet. Or we were zoomed in, and then she decided to hang out and like nuzzle my arm like this right now. So we are going to hang out.
My dog is laying on my foot.
So I've tried to. So if I'm sitting, she will not be a lap cat. However, the moment I lay down and spread my legs or like do like a little four figure with my legs, she finds that spot almost instantly and curls up into a ball. Take a nap on the couch, laying on my feet or laying right next to my feet and my legs. Lay on my chest all day long. Sit on my lap while working? Never. Never. Pedestrian.
My dog just climbed up my chair, and literally there wasn't enough
thank you,
room, so she fell off
Blades81
it
coming
and
in with
looked
the
at me
awesome
like I
people.
was the person who salt. Like, how dare you?
Welcome in, Blades! And welcome in, Michael Paints Minis. And thank you for that raid! You make it really hard to type, my love, when you're hanging out like that. Yes. So I use a wireless keyboard that's just to the right. And okay, what's up? You got that spicy flick going. What were you working on, Blades? Still your Blades and Cooper Mini? That you're going to hang from a baby mobile? Mobile? Is it mobile or mobile?
I've always said mobile, but I think it's maybe demographics.
I say it like a. You say it like a cute Canadian that is trying to be Southern. Well, you see you down there in Mobile, Alabama.
I have a Tennessee accent.
Hey, we don't bite. You have to practice. Just take every word. Listen to Reba McEntire. The woman tries to make a two consonant word out of everything.
Saying things country just means you long and draw it out.
You just get them long draws out. And if you're a lady, you do like Potato does. If you're a guy, you just grunt. Oh. Ah.
Sometimes if you're a guy, you sound like this. Y'all gonna come down and hang out in here?
Heck there, darling. You just gonna come on down to the local Discord and hang out with us?
Men tend to have a draw that goes down. For some reason, women like to go up. And depending on which country sound you're going into, you sound completely different.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you done? I see you got the spiciness going on. You're in spicy mode. Do I need to go turn a red dot on for you? Is that what it is? Come on.
I have a West Coast accent.
I'm told I'm Midwestern and with how fast I can speak. So.
Yeah, you sound Midwestern. I moved from the West Coast to Mid, and people talk like this all the time, and they're all going at it like that. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, but like where I grew up, talking this slow was, and apparently, like I grew up in a region with very low slang and very low accent to the point where my I guess geological area-ish is what movie stars use acting internationally.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like they use West Coast. And so we're not talking like California with the really long drawn out local fries. We're talking more of the very plain lack of slang, lack of everything. So if you watch like international movies that are meant to be whatever, you'll start to notice that they either have like mid or they have West Coast accents. They don't have any of the very specialized accents typically.
So, once upon a time, I ran across somebody that was a speech therapist or a speech coach. One of the two. I can't remember the exact titles. But they worked with high school kids and kids in college. And one of the things that they were taught to do was to try to get the Boston accents out of people. If you move, what if he decides to come to Canada and you make him Canuckian? That has happened. Because one of the things that people realize is like if you run across somebody with a thick Boston accent, what's like the first thing you ask them to do? And it was something I never realized.
Repeat what they said.
Yes. Or get them to say other words like it's keys to car kind of thing.
Boston accents are really, really hard to understand.
Yeah. Ask them how they like them apples. I don't know. Yeah. There's some things I don't mess with. And people with a thick Boston accent, I usually don't get too sassy with them.
I've never met anyone with a thick. Well, I met one person with a thick Boston accent, but we didn't become friends because I kept on asking him what they were saying, and they got really annoyed.
But that's the point, is that sometimes speech and intelligence are linked. The perception of speech and intelligence are linked. So they were teaching people to kind of get away from the accent, not out of, spite, but it's like people immediately recognize like a well-spoken person faster than they do someone with a thick accent. Like around Boston, it's all fine. Like it's normal to have.
I think well, I think there's a difference between like dialect language, like if you're in a certain area or a group versus overall language in the way we sound it out. I think it's kind of like the ideology of like regional German versus High German. You know, I think America has it too, but not to like just a straight understandable degree. And it's usually people who sound out their words. And it's usually people who can actually produce a sound and speak clearly.
I gotcha.
So, like, there isn't necessarily like an accent that goes with it necessarily. It's just the lack of a heavy accent that would impede on the sounds.
Darth_Rosie_ just subscribed for 2 months.
Thank you for that 2-month subscription, Rosie. And you have great luck on your rolls tomorrow for your tournament. May you be successful and the 6 explode in the way you want them to.
But I think the crazy part for me is I actually understand a lot of accents, mainly because I grew up with so many of them. And one of them was like a broken Korean accent. So, like, my grandmothers couldn't say R's at all. And so, like, anytime she was asking me to do something at the garage, she's like, go garagey.
I have
And
never
so,
heard a broken Korean accent.
yeah, it's like in languages that don't have certain sounds, like R's or hard sounds, right? And
Mhm.
they leave out the certain sounds. And so it's kind of that like some Indian accents will leave out certain sounds.
Mhm.
Uh and it's not because of whatever, it's just because their language don't typically use those sounds, right?
Yeah.
And so oftentimes it's like figuring out what sounds are missing and what they should be. Uh, but like grandma has spoken broken English to me all my life. Well, what I found out is if I speak broken English to her back, she actually understands it if I pronounce it in the way she pronounces it. And so I probably sound absolutely terrible when I'm sitting on my phone looking as white as I do and being like, "Oh, you go garage, you buy rice? Yeah?" You know? And it's only because that's the only way my grandmother could understand English. It is like
What's all that? Wait. Oh, that is. Oh, I'm sorry. This is really. I have a weird sense of humor sometimes.
no, it's absolutely hilarious because I thought of how I look to the outside of me just going into this. Like I talk like this all the time, right?
Mhm.
And if I'm around in a certain accent for too long, I start picking up things like mid accent isn't enough for me to pick up and lose my West Coast accent. But the Tennessee accent, I started losing mine. Any case, with my grandma, I start picking up her accent and I just mimic it back. And so I firmly believe if I would have moved to England like I wanted to, I would have sounded like a British person.
Oh, you would have popped off and got you a cuppa then.
Yeah, I would have copied it almost word for word. It is like even when I was learning German from like people who came from Germany, like foreign exchange students, I was mimicking their tones when
Ah.
speaking German. To this day where my friend when I said a few phrases, my friend's like, "Yeah, you don't sound like a hard foreigner. You just sound like a young kid learning to speak."
Hmm. Tally ho and what? Over the trenches we go, old buggy. What was Solo, I am terrible. Alright. My perception of British people has been ruined. So there's Adaptus Paints, who's the Netherland is it Nether it's Dutch. His dad is Luxembourg, and his mom is from Asia, so he shows more of the Asian features. I'm like, my life is ruined. I don't know what to do anymore. And then Geo Bullet and a couple of other British people I know don't drink cups of tea. They're like, I don't like a cupper. I'm like, what is my life? British people don't like tea. How am I supposed to live in a world where I have a Luxembourgian Deutsch Asian person that's native and British people that don't like tea? Tell me how this is supposed to work. So you're correct, it is not. We are terrible British people. Also, I like how Crunchyroll reminds me of there's the
I had to put my doggo outside. She just is staring at me all sad now.
Dare you betray me, mother?
I was also thinking about it too, that like there's a lot of British that mimic American accents, and they do pretty terrible with that too.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those that it's complicated sometimes, it feels like. Like it's just it doesn't jive quite right. Bad yeah. Bad. I'm gonna get the squirt bottle for you, Yaddy. Your favorite British person is Stephen Hawking. That's okay, Michael. Let's turn that off. There we go. Fixed it. So why did you land in Tennessee?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
My family.
Ah, that tends to be a good reason to land in Tennessee.
I have like 15 cousins that are like 10 years younger than me.
Ah, yeah.
I grew up with my dad's cousins, and my dad grew up with his aunts and uncles.
Mm.
So our line of the family all had babies really early. And so we're all like 10 years older than all the rest. So my kid is the same age as technically my cousins, but I'm the same age as my aunts and uncles in which I grew up with.
That doesn't get
So like
complicated at all.
I call them my cousins, and I call I call the people who are like my great aunts and uncles, grandma, grandpas, and aunts and uncles. But technically, like, I'm actually a generation below. So I think they're actually my greats.
Makes sense to me, Jay. I'm 100% following this.
Basically, I grew up with my dad's cousins, and my dad grew up with the cousins before then, and so forth.
And now your
And so-
cousins are going to grow up with the cousins before them, as tradition is. Okay.
Yeah, basically. And then my daughter is gonna be she's a generation below them, but she's gonna be counted as their generation because it just makes more sense.
Mhm.
Like if you were to look at a family tree, yeah, sure, but it doesn't really matter. We usually group them up by age and experience.
Yeah, but that makes total sense to me.
Jay, it's what happens when you have teen pregnancy happen in a
That's
family where everyone else waits.
CJ. What happens sometimes when you have the birds and the bees? It is one thing.
Like all the rest of my family waited until they're like late 20s, 30s to have babies. My mom was like, popping one out now. I'm a teenager.
I'm doing all right, K4 Kira. How are you? Welcome into the stream. Your first time here. Potatoes using me for some hobby energy and laughing and joking with us about life accents in the world. So feel free to chill, enjoy the swing vibes that I've got going on in the background, and enjoy the discussion of language and the universe. They're painting some space kitties while their dog does
And then
dog
the
antics.
answer is 42.
Exactly. That is the only answer to the answer to the life. What is the question of the universe? Life, love, and all. It is
Life
42.
and everything. 42.
You're a little unfamiliar to me. It's not ringing a bell right now. I'll be honest. I've seen some shit.
Hear that song? I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere.
Since the last time we probably Lord Hoyle. Now I remember. Why? I don't hang out with Lord Hoyle a whole lot anymore. Since I've started streaming and trying to be active within the little community that we have here. I don't always drop down. But I am glad you were here, and I am glad you have joined us. I would randomly post every so often. I usually liked it a lot better when he was... Yeah, he's alright. He's only great when he's checking Skull Woods for like 5 times. One of the reasons why I really like watching his streams was on Sunday night was to watch his Legend of Zelda randomizer run. In which all of the items would be shuffled around with different locations, which sounds really terrible. You are his artist.
I've seen that happen with someone was playing 6 different games, like a group of people playing 6 different games, and they had to find the items of all the games within the games.
Yep.
And they shuffled up all the items, and I was like, what? And they're like, you have to search for the item. I don't think it's in my game. And I was like, why would you do this?
He did that with Max they were doing a Link Between Worlds or some kind of run. So there's something that exists for Legend of Zelda as well, where it would happen. And at one point, I think they were talking about this on stream, is that there was one guy that literally could not progress anywhere until someone found something in the other game, but he needed some item to get some progression, or where his item was at that was needed in the game was on like somewhere it wasn't supposed to be. So he had to he literally went to like dinner and came back, and they finally got to progress and beat the game, and it was like an 8-hour seed or something. So, that existed, and I'm like, oh, that's terrible. But on Sunday nights, he would run Legend of Zelda Randomizer, which would be just a solo run for himself to find all the items and beat the game. Digital XE, welcome in, and hello! It's a lot of fun to watch and sass that kind of gameplay and predict where the items are at. He really likes it, loves it, amazingly loves it when you're in his chat and go, it's a ped seed clearly, or it's the second chest in swamp. And then ask him how many times he went into Skullwoods. Because there was one time, it wasn't one time, it was like 2 times. He was doing a key sanity run. Key sanity is where you take all of the keys that you need for Legend of Zelda and you randomize their locations as well. So you would go into a dungeon, or you'd open a chest and you'd find a random big key to a dungeon, or you'd find a random key to somewhere else.
That sounds awful.
It can be hilarious, honestly. Absolutely hilarious. One night he was doing it and he had to triple dip or quadruple dip Skullwoods, which is a dungeon towards the mid-range of the game. Lord Hoyle and his famous screw up for going into Skullwoods and checking it 4 or 5 times. So he did it one stream, checked it like 4 or 5 times, went to the boss room, got all the way down there, looked at it and goes, I've already beaten this boss, what am I doing? So Ingrid, his greatest moderator troll of them all, would redeem channel points or spend bits to text to speech, goes, well, found a new key to something, I guess I better go check Skullwoods again. So every so often when I would watch, it's like, so how many times are we going to check Skullwoods? We need to put that in Epi's prediction as, how many times do we think we're going to need to be going into Skullwoods? Because I am that meanie head person sometimes.
That's actually really funny.
It is, and bless his heart, he's got a very competitive personality. So it actually is really frustrating for him. Just a smidge. And he's like, God, 1 frickin' time. It's like, yeah, it was 2 times really. So but yeah. And we're gonna start futzing around with a harpy, I think. This one has been primed and on my desk. I need to do something with it. I needs to do something with me. Yeah, you can't romance a light. Let's not talk. Was that the one that wanted to exclusive you right off the bat, but didn't want to be exclusive? Yeah. Have you seen the Date Everything game or Date Anything game? Or no, Date Everything.
I own it because my friend wants me to play it. And the other friend really wants me. So my friend bought it for me just so he could think. He said, I want you to find what person you think I am. And I'm just like, oh gosh. and another person's like, you need to play it because I need someone else to like fan over a person or an object. And I was like, great. And the only thing I can think of is like I remember talking to a little kiddo of one of my friends, and she's like, Date Everything is like a game where you have mental illness that you think everything comes to life, but it isn't really, but you're actually crazy. I'm like, you're
Oh,
not wrong, kid. You're not wrong.
but I didn't realize how good the game was.
No,
So
it's a really good game, but I can never unhear those things from that little kid ever again.
I was joking with No Mana and Yab on stream one night. I said, Yab, you need to play the game Date Everything. Because he was playing that horse game, the horse racing game.
Oh yeah, the one where it has the anime, which is really weird too. It's
Yeah.
really self-aware at points, and I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this.
So I joked and I said, you need to play that game and be super cringe watching you try to romance all the random objects in the house. We're sassing each other, we're going back and forth. And all of a sudden, No Mana Man gifts him the game. I don't know how many clips were made his first stream, but it was absolutely hilarious to watch all of the different items that was trying to romance. The triple date with the table and the fridge? No, the fruit bowl? I can't remember which it was hilarious. But then Holy Fire FM? Fruit bowl on the couch, that's what it was. Yeah, because it would give you a side quest to go find the other people. But then later that day, I get to watch, and Nerd Holla's playing the game. And she's, I'm going to play the Date Everything game. And she goes, I'm going to go romance the D20 because it's voiced by Matt Mercer. And there's a clip of her going, of course it's the Knob Gobblers. And her face is embarrassed, beet red. I'm like, I did not need to know how good this game was or how much enjoyment watching someone play it would be. To be honest. And then, the doors that Yab can't romance because Dorian wants friends. Doesn't want the romance.
That's funny.
It's
I'm gonna be playing it. I have something called I do called the Thirsty Thursday.
Mhm.
And the Thirsty Thursday is where I play like anywhere from serious to cringe dating games. And I think the last one I played was I Love You, Colonel Sanders.
Hold
Played.
on. Walk that back. The name of the game is called I Love You, Colonel Sanders.
Yeah.
Please tell me it's fried chicken.
Oh, it's all about Colonel Sanders, and it's a whole bunch of fried chicken and mashed potatoes, romance, and
Yap.
it's free, by the way, too.
And it's free. It's free. It's free. Please. Please. Please.
Do you want me to pop a link in the chat?
Yes.
It's on Steam.
Yes.
All right, I got you. It's brand new. It's completely free, and literally all you have to do is download it on your computer, and you can play I Love You, Colonel Sanders.
Yeah. I'm sorry, and I love you at the same time, but something in the back of my brain says, on a Monday morning, if I watch you play I Love You, Colonel Sanders, my day will be so much better.
Do you want to know the full name of the song? Or the game? I Love You, Colonel Sanders, a finger licking good dating simulator. Oh yeah, and Colonel Sanders is super hot in this. Like, He
Oh,
doesn't deserve to be as attractive as he
is. This is why we have collaboration nights and we stream on Discord with people. I got you. You're good.
There it is. There it is. That's the
There you go. Sorry. Nightbot gets angry. I'm one of those that doesn't. Jay, it's free. And if it's played on stream, it's probably going to be a more safe for work than most other ones. I remember I was watching Dodger and Jesse play one way back in the day when I found out about the genre. And they were trading off voice acting credits for it. Or they were trading off random bits of voice acting because there was no voice acting in the game itself. And I think there was one that Dodger was playing by herself. And she's like, yeah, this one's a lot more tamer than some of the others where you can see like random sliders come up that are not safe for work.
It's a Twitch allowed. Yes, he is hot, Yab. I can't express that he has no right to be that attractive. And yes, it's everything you think it is. Yes, it also digs on KFC a lot. Also, yes, it is very cringe. But it is fully safe for work. Twitch even able for it, so you're fine. And I can promise you, after playing through it, it is wholesomely cringe.
Wholesomely cringe. Oh, that's great.
I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but all I could tell you is there were points and times I was just like, huh, I should have expected this.
That sounds amazing, to be honest.
Oh, I did learn there's a boy band, and it looks like BTS in her bedroom, which is hilarious. So they have a J-pop or K-pop boy band as a poster in the room. That is not a spoiler, by the way. That is just facts. And you should pay attention to her room because her room is, or it, whoever you're playing, is fantastically hilarious. Because I was looking through it, I was like, well, that's just. Let me see. Like, that's a nod. That's a nod. And there's like these little pieces in the background in her bedroom that are like, if you know the reference, you know the reference. Yeah, you don't have to worry about the system here. It's just good vibes and digital food.
Good vibes. Oh, that is. I am absolutely laughing and smiling all at the same time at this. So Thirsty Thursday, I now have a reason to lurk in your stream and be like, what are we thirsting after now?
Well, numerous of things. I'll never play this game, but my biggest thirst is Gerard from The Witcher. Like,
Geralt?
he's so hot. But I don't like him in the live action. I don't want him as a real person. I just want him to stay in the video game.
So I've never played the video games, but I read the book because I watched the first
He's
season.
also really attractive in the book too. Like Yennefer in the video game, she's really attractive.
Mm-hmm.
I just like them all in the video game. I don't want them in real life.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. So does the video game follow the book series more, or does it follow some kind of weird system?
I don't remember, honestly.
Okay. Because I read the book. Well, I listened to the books. I didn't technically.
The problem with the game is it's more of a choose your own adventure kind of style. So like though it has some stories, it's different. It's not the same, right? I don't really look at it the same either.
This is what's going to send you to therapy, Jay. This is what we finally get you into
Yeah.
therapy for. I am honored and shocked at the same time.
You think it'd be something so much more severe?
That I'm sending yet another person to therapy.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's fine if 2D men leave you to going to therapy. I guess that's just you. But anyways, I have chat and people suggest really cringy dating games, and then I leave it up to a vote. And then they have me play these really cringy dating games just to see my reactions, and I usually try to go in blind. So I haven't really watched very much of Date Everything. I maybe only know 4 of maybe 8 of the people you can date in Date Everything, and one of them is the board games, the dice, the glasses, the light, the shadow, and one other. And so I haven't really gotten a lot of like spoilers out of it.
You will enjoy it.
Yeah, but I want to go into it completely blind. It's so much more fun to do that.
No, yeah. You're not my. Look, I can't date in real life, therefore I must date vicariously through you. We're going to make the most complicated dating arrangement possible. And then.
Wait, is that marriage or what?
You didn't need to call it that, but I mean, we could call it that.
Yeah. I'm married too, but I always tell my husband I'm collecting 2D women and 2D girls, and he says, "Cool, I'll have fun with that."
So I mean, yeah, I can get some Agrax Earthshade and we can make a ring. We'll take a. I'll take my pot of 1.0 Agrax Earthshade and I'll make a ring out of the little lid. I got rejected by the ad. I see how it is.
I also have a child and a partner.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't see me shying away from it. I played that simulator.
Well, I think Yadi's more saying they can't be my romantic love interest because they have a partner and a child. And I need to find my own romantic love interest, but I can't find I have a cat. My cat's my romantic love interest.
I mean, isn't that enough?
It is. It is.
My best friend has a dog.
You're not getting it yet. I know you're not. I know you're not yet. I know you're not. It'll be okay. I shall live forever on the outskirts of our forbidden love, destined to live on the edges of the volleyball court. How was your day yet?
If it makes you guys feel any better, I have plenty of good suggestion games too that are different styles. Not everything I play is cringe. I just like cringe games because they're funny to me.
It's oh. Well, you know, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Yesterday, we were having our company cookout, and someone left a platter of frickin' cookies on the frickin' in the break room with a note that said, "Do not touch till noon." I looked over at the admin. I looked at her. I looked at the cookies. I looked at the admin. She goes, "There's a sign." I said, "It's 12 o'clock somewhere. I can make this argument. If we can make the argument that it's 5 o'clock somewhere, guess what? I can make an argument it's noon somewhere for a cookie. Please and thank you."
Well, I work at a place where they constantly give out treats and stuff, but they have this weird obsession towards sweets. And I'm trying to like wean myself off of it. So like for the people who are not, they give like LaCroix drinks, and I was like, well, I guess it's something. But I only had a LaCroix today. But sometimes they'll have like charcuterie boards and like things like that, but they're really bad at food because they'll just leave it out all day. And I'm like, well, that's not food safe. I worked at a place before, so like when they freshly put it out, that's when I start devouring it, and I don't touch it again unless it's like a cracker or something that isn't like perishable.
Mhm.
Don't trust it. It's bad for you.
It's sussy.
Oh, kitty cat.
Hello, my love. How are you? You want to say hello? Oh, really? What else happened? How was your day? I came home early, a little frazzled and
Oh
stressed.
man, the kitty has a cute little mew that they go,
Hmm. So she has a very cracked meow and is 100% a talker. So sometimes, like early on streams or when I'm around, she'll be like, yak, 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 yak. In the mornings when I wake up, she'll be like, excuse me, I need to tell you and give you the evening report.
my cat used to look for me up and down the hall, going meow, meow, meow all the time, and it was like the hilarious thing ever.
So we were, um, I had to leave and go for a week, and I was in Texas for ReaperCon. And my neighbor came and like looked after her. I'm like, if you need her, her name's Katra. You can call her and she'll come. And she's like, she's usually chasing me down by the time I close the door, because it's like she needs the social interaction to be around somebody or something at all times. Like she does not like being alone for extended periods. Like I feel sad when I have to like do trips, but at the same time, I have to do the trips every so often for myself. You get me all week long, all day long. Mhm. Mm-mm. We don't bite. Mm-mm. No biting, please. It's not the thing that I enjoy. Uh, so getting her into air jail is problematic, Jay. I can get the harness on her because it's only her two front paws, but the moment I start getting her two front paws into like the thing, she realizes what's going on and she quickly evacuates the area. She says no. Do I
Oh
need to
my
do a scoop?
gosh. I am so glad that I keep like a tray underneath my resin. My resin leaked everywhere on the box and on my this holder area.
Ah,
And
ugh.
it's disgusting.
Ugh, that does not sound good.
No, it's not. All right, I'll be back in a moment.
Also, Jay and yeah, do you like the new camera? Is it a lot easier on your all's eyes?
Out of curiosity, what's your favorite thing to paint?
My favorite thing to paint has been I've really been enjoying the Arthurian legends just because I get to try to think and remember what the assholes were doing at the time. Um, so the Big Child Creatives
Well, thank you,
Arthurian stuff
Johnny
that they
Jeans
released,
Minis coming in with the awesome people.
uh, they've been a lot of fun. They've been extremely cursed when I try to paint them. One second. Hey, I need my hand right here, please. That's welcome in, Johnny Jean. How are you? There we go. We're having a bit of a cat break right now. I have a new camera, so it shouldn't be blowing out colors as much as it once was. And I'm really happy about that. We're now on day three of actively using it, and it seems to be working relatively well. Was your green very creative today? Thank you for that raid. I need to start writing this down again. That's not this. I have blades. Johnny. Potato. Boonstew.
Wait, why is my name being said?
I usually write names down of people that were hanging out with me on stream or rated into me. So that's why. Because it's like when I do my hobby post for like day 161 is today.
That's so sweet. That's very nice of you.
Just
I wish I was better about that.
and I would just add them on the Instagram post and say thank you. Because we do not paint in a vacuum. We do not stream in a vacuum. We do not hang out in a vacuum. We do it with people. Good evening, disgruntled dork. Have you considered being a gruntled dork? You got that tail flick going, sweetie. I see that sassiness. I see the spicy flick. Bum, bum. Right. Spicy tail flick. Catcher uses spicy tail flick. It is super effective. Yeah, that's my hand right there in front of you.
Man, if you were a Pokemon, what would you be?
I would be torn between being an Arcanite or a Charmander. Or a Mewtwo or me. Nah. Mewtwo or me. Mew. I am very much like I like the Arcanite and the big puppy because they're just a big fluffy goofy ball boy, and then the Charmander is super fun. So Jace is
I'd
probably
like to be Sinisty, honestly.
That is,
yeah,
which one is that?
the little teacup or the teapot. I want to be a fairy type, and it's just like a little teacup that's like a fairy type and something else. I don't remember which.
Someone was posting like the really sad day with the what is the ghost Pokemon that wants to be Pikachu? And
I
Jesse's
have
like,
a plushie of that Mimichu.
oh, they were.
What a cutie.
You want to be the duck that thwaps people with the leek. That's the fetch.
Far-fetched.
Far-fetched, yeah. Someone had posted, and I was like, I didn't need to get punched in the fields by stupid Pokemon on a stream scroll. Because I was like, yeah, the episode has, Team Rocket blasting off again, but this time Mimikyu's, dress got, messed up. So Jesse's like trying to find like other Pokemon to dress it up as, and it's like, no, no, no. So she like learns to make the fix it, fix his little dress, and he's like so happy and like infatuated with this. I don't need this punch in the feels right now.
You know the backstory between Mewtwo, right?
It's they want. I know they want to imitate Pikachu because it was super cute.
So they are so disturbingly scary, and no one can look upon them, that they would prefer, and they realize that Pikachu is well loved. So covering up the monster they truly are, they disguise themselves as Pikachu because they're so hideous.
Mm. I mean,
So
that's
cute.
the original lore of Cubone from Red and Blue. I'm sorry.
Didn't Cubone have like the mother died too? Like, doesn't it wear its skull or whatever?
Yep. That's exactly what it is. And it's like people are like, oh, blah 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 blah. And it's like, oh, you see the lore, and you're like, oh, 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 oh. So when you mentioned that, I thought of it. I was like, oh yeah, the original lore of like the Keybones was like really sad too, because it would wear the skull of its mother.
And hear me out, they're my favorite characters for that very reason.
I mean, anything that's that disturbingly cute, yes. Like it's like one of those weirdly sweet things. You're like, I didn't need to know this, but wow. No. So they raised them to a point, and then I guess they were like, the Pokemon lore is never really explained how they got the skull, but it, essentially they're wearing the skull. Johnny Jean, you head off. You have a great night. Dream in the color of green. I'm kidding, but it's a joke that I will forever perpetuate. And thank you for that raid.
Because I need to finish my mini ramen bowls before I move on to a new project.
I must finish the mini ramen bowls. First world problems. Let us discuss how this is relevant.
I have ADD, and I have a rule, and I have to finish so many projects before I start a new one.
I understand this altogether. I was having decision paralysis one year, and my former partner of mine suggested, for one, improving my painting skills, and for one, decision paralysis battling, pick out 12 different miniatures and put them in boxes and label them 1 through 12. You label them 1 through 12 and you roll a dice. And those are the 2 miniatures that you really want to work hard on, no matter what.
So another thing you can do too, and this is what I've shown my kid, is if you have a list of activities that are in your house, you can put them all in a jar and draw out the jar randomly and then see if it's appropriate for the weather and the time and the place. And if it's not, then you just draw another one if it's not fitting for the situation. But basically it allows you to be like, okay, gardening, things like that, and you can decide what you want to do within that are fun to you, but not necessarily. And then you just sit down and do that activity for about 20 to 30 minutes. And if you decide to change, you can go back to the jar and clean it up.
So that was, a partner was having decision paralysis one day. It is a harpy from the Greek Odyssey, disgruntled, from Reaper Bones 5. It is a fantasy miniature that I decided I wanted. I There was a point where I had like a very Greek themed day. I was like, I'm going to paint from this box. I painted the Cloud Giant. I painted tomorrow for a stay-in frame. I'll probably work on Cerberus, the puppy, and start doing the bottom side at least and get it base coated. It's a good thing that it's going to be on the bottom side because there's a monster gap right there. But there's not on the top side, so it's okay. I also primed and prepped one of the heroes. So I primed this harpy because I was like, I haven't painted a harpy and I want to paint feathers. So this figure has been primed for a couple of months. It's just, I finally got around to painting it. I tend to keep a box of primed miniatures ready to go for random things that I want to do. Like I just want to paint something and goof off. This was what I grabbed. Earlier I was finishing up some skeletons that I started at ReaperCon just because I wanted to touch them up a little bit and make them look a little different. I may get to other things. I'll see how much further I want to go with this and figure out what colors I want to paint with, because browns and greens and reds sometimes get boring. So I like to mix it up. But yeah. So anyway, my partner one day was having issues focusing and they couldn't figure out what to do. I'm like, so make a list. They go, okay. And I said, now pick one of the random things on the list that you need to do. And they go, I picked the hardest thing first. I said, good. That's what you were supposed to do. Get it out of the way so you can go do the other things and reward yourself for doing the thing. But one year I had set aside two figures, two separate types of figures, a large piece and like a 28 hero kind of one-off piece. I said, those two I'm going to spend all of the month making sure I go like super hard, try to like make sure the mold lines are perfectly cleaned up and all of that stuff. And it worked relatively well. It did not work well the second time because life was changing at that time. But I like the jar idea too. The jar idea is fun. Lila, the mini witch, was talking about sit down and paint for, sit down and set an actual timer for 15 minutes to do your hobby. And sometimes you'll do more or sometimes you'll do less, but at least you sat down for 15 minutes to do your hobby. So we discussed.
Problem with my hobbies is just miniatures. I like things that are tiny.
I don't know if you've ever run across Zombie Sashimi. Me and him had a conversation once upon a time about doing why we use and follow Atomic Habits opposed to not. Like he's a huge fan of Atomic Habits. Terry Crews is another huge fan of like Atomic Habits, and it's like a really big thing for him. So he'll say,
what's that?
The Atomic Habit is setting the time aside to do a thing. So every day you if you went and you scheduled out your day and you said, I'm going to make a list of everything that I need to do every day, and I want to schedule specific things. So like for your work day, depending on what you do, if you're a manager of people, you have to do all of the HR things once a week. So like making sure that all the timesheets are approved by noon. You set aside time and you make sure to do that at noon. And you like fill out your calendar to like a crazy a degree, and you look at it and you go, oh my God, I should probably change something about my calendar. But you continue to do it, but you want to do like you set up like a repeatable task of things that you want to do, like sitting down and painting miniatures for 30 minutes, walking the dog for 30 minutes every time the same day. Like you do the thing, or you set the thing up so you want to do the success. Like Terry Crews says if you want to go to the gym, and if you're serious about wanting to change and go to the gym, what you do is you go to the gym. You don't have to go in the gym, but you have to go to the gym, right? Drive and go to the gym parking lot. You got that far, maybe you'll take one more step and go into the gym and do one more thing and one more thing and one more thing. And that kind of builds that cycle of habit. And that's kind of what an atomic habit is that you're very much, I am going to sit down every day for an hour and paint. Somewhere in my day.
Oh, I already do that.
Yeah. We a lot of people tend to do it and they don't realize it. And it's like, well, that's a stupid name. It's like, my gym has a Dairy Queen in the parking lot. I'll be fair with you, Work. That's not a bad idea. I'd be more inclined to go to the gym if I could go to Dairy Queen afterwards. Defeats the purpose, but you know, if so, another example of like the atomic habit would be if I went to the gym 5 days a week and I fulfilled my workout goal, the last day I could get a Blizzard from Dairy Queen, or I could get a Dilly bar from Dairy Queen, or a Breeze or something along those lines, assuming they still do Breezes.
I learned a dilly bar is the only thing I eat at Dairy Queen.
I'm sorry. Well, not really. It's okay.
At least they have something.
Mm-hmm. They used to make them on site. I don't think they make them on site as much anymore.
They didn't at mine. It was packaged.
Yeah, they would actually package them in store. So there was a lady that came in every morning and she had a little dilly bar mold, and you had to get the little sticks and you had to put the stick in there and you had to like fill the ice cream up and you had to like make dilly bars and dip them in the wax chocolate and all that stuff, and then you put them in a little baggie and you package them up and put them on the freezer. So they always made them on site. Same with the peanut butter parfait cups, the little peanut butter treats, which would have like,
I think they still make those. I don't know if they make the dilly bar still.
Yeah, because for whatever reason they started switching them out, and corporate started changing to having pre-made things because it was cheaper and easier for them. Because the Dairy Queen cakes used to be made on site as well, but they swapped over to pre-packaged ones for those as well, which I thought was weird. It was super awesome when you had to like get someone would be like, "Oh, I need you to write on this cake." It's like, what? Yeah, you can't write a name on the cake. I'm like, I am not an artist. Streams painting and art. But yeah, that would be an atomic habit, is setting up something that would give you a reward for doing the things after so many things. That would be a good example of that. Like going to work 5 days a week and not fighting people. I get to have a pizza at the end of it.
So I've already done that for the most of my life.
And I mean, a lot of people do, and they just never realized it. Or they did, and they're like, that seems weird. That's a weird thing to name. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. Favorite type of book series to read?
Graphic novels.
Which graphic novel are you current? Which
Sandman.
I do like the Sandman. I watched the Netflix series. It was a really good series.
I also read all of Sweet Tooth and Lock and Key, which I like the book better than the show. Netflix made it too much of a family deal versus a horror thing.
My neighbor really likes comic books and so I kind of like comic books and graphic novels as well. I haven't really been reading to the comic book idea in a while, simply because the store closest to me closed down, and I have to go all the way to another one, and it's a hike. But there was a couple in there that he was showing me. There's like, oh, you might want to try this one, which is it's a new series coming out from the guys that wrote The Walking Dead and stuff. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't like The Walking Dead. Hot take. The so I have a shirt that says Walking Dead that I got out of a Loot Crate God knows how many years ago at this point. So every time I wear it, everybody stops and goes, where did you get that shirt? So I was wearing it, and I went and got some comics one day. He goes, oh, you're going to want this Ewok comic. I'm like, son of a biscuit. So I got like an Ewok comic that was talking about various different aspects of Ewok life. At one point, I went and saw the new Superman. I was slightly concerned because I don't really want them to redo the Killing Joke again. I kind of agree with my previous partner. It's like, it's a terrible storyline. I'm like, yes, it is. After I was like super excited to watch the animated film. But
I feel like the comics I prefer over those. I really like Batman, and my husband only really has Batman and Spider-Man. And he was showing me some of the Batman stuff, and some of it's not so good.
No, it's not. It's really not. The original story of Tim Drake, not Tim Drake, but the whoever the Red Hood became, is a really bad story. Like, that's a story where you learned a lot of weird things about people. So when Dick Grayson left for the Teen Titans, excuse me as I drop my knowledge, DC Comics created a write-in campaign for who should be the next Robin and what should happen to the current Robin. And as people found out, they go, oh, we are terrible human beings. And that's why the Red Hood that's what happened to the Red Hood. Or why it happened to the Red Hood. Is they essentially wrote him off to be no longer familied sort of deal. And I was like, oh, so there was like stories where you got to like save him and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, nope, nobody wanted to save this poor kid. They're like, he goes, bye-bye, bring us Stick back. Jason Todd, thank you, Robin. My brain was disconnected. Sorry about that. Tim Drake was the one after Jason. That was supposed to be the one that kind of takes over Batman's mantle as the greatest detective. Sorry, I have some Batman lore. The writing campaigns for characters never ends well, and you kind of learned it through DC, and everybody thought it would be different, sort of thing. So the story of the Killing Joke is not a pleasant one, and it's one of those that everybody's like, it's really good. I'm like, yeah.
My husband likes it, but it's not his favorite.
Oh, the Killing Joke. Or
yeah,
there's better ones out there.
I think my husband's Killing Joke is actually drawn on by the artist too, and has like an 8.5 grade, and signed by him as well.
Yeah. I do like the White Knight series when they were doing something like interesting, and now that they've tried to make it something more, I'm like, I don't know what you're doing, DC, but you really screwed it up. Like, I don't know how you screw up a good thing, but you found a way of doing it. Congratulations. Um, but
I think a lot of the comics that used to exist used to tell a story about something, but
Yeah.
sometimes, like, I feel like if you're forcing a message, which is a lot of the stuff that is now coming out, I feel like after you start forcing messages, a lot of people just don't enjoy reading it as much. Um, because, like, I mean, some of the comic books that are older was just like Spider-Man fighting a bad guy. That's
Yep.
all. That's it. That's all
That's
there
it.
is to it.
Yep. Villain is bad. Must fight villain. And it works well. It's just when you're trying to force a message or press messages, it does not. My little soapbox about that is that if you're going to tell me in a message what you're trying to say, make the message an important piece of the comic. Don't do it in half measures, sort of deal. That was kind of the feelings that I had with Falcon and the Winter Soldier when they did the not DC, Disney TV show. We were sitting around the D&D table one night talking about it, and I said, yeah, so you had the argument of the Black Captain America, the rights of like all of these people that got snapped away and their homes were taken away from them kind of deal. And I went through like all the little things, and somebody goes, Jesus, that was in one series? I go, yep. And it was 15.
I think what's happened is there's not enough focus to a story now, and people try to like cover all the spots and all the things.
Yeah.
And when you start doing that and you like try to appeal to every audience and every appeal in every message, it's super hard to be like, okay, well, you can't have focus. It's like a story that has too many loose threads, too many loose ends. And then at some point, parts of it's lost and there's no good wrap up that you can do.
Yeah. And that's kind of where Marvel was. And my neighbor across the street's like, you need to go see the movie. And I go, hold on. Right now, Michael, I'm sorry. Sorry, I did. Oh, Confused Cat Girl. I remember them from ReaperCon. Yes, everybody, please give Confused Cat Girl a follow.
I followed them weeks ago. Sorry. Me and my husband talked about going to ReaperCon, but we decided not to because money. And
Yes.
we're going to Gen Con, and next year I get to volunteer at the painting booth again, and I want to. I love volunteering at the Take and Paint.
So I already followed them, or I would, Michael, but I did give them a shout out. If you guys can, please give them a follow. They're trying to get to 50. It would be super duper awesome for them. But it like when you fragment your story, you don't get like everything. And it's really like it feels so disjointed and ugly. Like that was part of the issue with my like one of the reasons why I broke up with Marvel. I'm like, I can't keep up with this anymore. It's too much. Too much, I'm done. And then it's like just give me one story. And my neighbor's like, well, you get one story. I'm like, the Thunderbolts was really good. I'm like, you have to give me more than just one movie. Like, I need like 3 or 4 of these in a row to prove that they're going to be good again. Please and thank you. He's like, you're so demanding, but you saw Superman. I'm like, yeah, because Superman's not ruining my life right now with all this stupidity.
I actually really liked Thunderbolts.
I heard it's good. I know a number of people have really enjoyed it.
I like Thunderbolts. I think it had some pitfalls, but I think the reason I love it the most is because my husband dropped a whole bunch of popcorn on the floor, and like an asshole, he said, what's gonna happen? Someone he's like, someone might slip on this. It's not gonna be me. And like an hour later, he slips on his own fucking popcorn. And it was the most hilarious shit. And he's like, I almost died, and you're laughing at me. And I said, serves you right for spilling popcorn and laughing about it, about the people cleaning it up. And he's just sat there and like, so like I went to the movies a few weeks ago with our little one, and then she spilt half of her popcorn. I'm like, daughter like father. And she's like, no, I said, your dad literally just dropped the popcorn. I said, just do me a favor, don't slip on it.
Well, that's okay. So in my profession, I have learned never say never, no matter what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. Never say never, because the moment you say never, never say never happens, it usually happens like literally within a week. I was working on a project and it was for a city, a relatively small city. They're a lot bigger than they think they are. And they have a train track that bisects part of the town because, I mean, there used to be a train stop right there. So that's kind of how they started growing and building. They still have the train track, but they don't have the train stop anymore like they used to. So the train still goes through. I need a piece of paper for this. So back in the day, where did my pen go? Pen. You had a road down here, came up, went down like this, and then leveled out. So what would happen is tractor trailers would get stuck on this hump right here where the railroad track was at, right? The news counted one day for us 42 no truck signs on the approach to this crossing, saying that trucks would get stuck. What ended up happening is someone from the city wanted to fix it, and you had to like raise up part of this to get it to work over for a lot of that stuff. Well, when you raise it up, you had to like accidentally impact like a house. That just so happened to be a chairman of the city. The chairman of the city gets up and goes, I've lived here for 20 years, and I've never seen a truck get hit by a train on that track, and we don't need this project. Literally 4 days later, a truck got stuck on the railroad track, and the train couldn't stop in time and went through the truck, or through the trailer of the truck, and spread stuff everywhere. Ever since that incident, I never say never. It's like, well, what happens if someone's just gonna have to clean it up? Haha, it's not my problem. No, it's your problem. The county then took over the project and we did it. And it actually happened like one or two more times, to the point where the numbers actually came out. Once a year, a truck would get stuck here and actually impact a train. And it's kind of a big deal when you're talking to the railroad, because the railroad needs safety to move their product. The line in question was a very large, fast moving freight line that came out of Savannah. So when it gets shut down because it hit truck, railroad no happy. When railroad no happy, nobody happy. Keep railroad happy, everybody happy.
Are they one of the ones that would like carry a lot of the important goods too? Because there's a lot of giant important goods that get imported through those like those really quick lines that like do construction and things like that. That's just for infrastructure all around the states.
Yes. So that, like, I was joking about that project so much one day, and this rail line. I said, I'll never be done messing with this rail line. It has screwed me over in so many different ways. Nope, you can't, Mark. And that's why the county ended up taking over the project and it got built because they could not. So, what the railroad wanted to do was close that crossing. And it was a very important crossing because it was well used by everybody that wasn't in a truck. And now that the trucks couldn't figure out how to live their lives, we tried to make it better so it wouldn't happen as frequently. Because most truck drivers are following the GPS in their truck, and it's not always correct for them to follow.
We have that happening in our HOA. The one dude that has the most cars, that's the lead of the HOA, parks all of his fucking cars to the point it's like actually a safety hazard. And if an ambulance would came through, there's a lot of blind spots and it's hard to get through the road. But adamantly votes against street parking being removed because it's inconvenient for his business, in which he has 15 cars in this tiny apartment, and he has a no parking sign that's not legally binding in front of his house. It is so dumb. And then he's like, I don't want it that way. And I'm like, we all know why you don't want it that way, sir. We all know.
Doing all right, Mark. Just hanging out with Potato, and we're doing some painting and just vibing. Just vibing, man. Just vibes. Just painting vibes. I was trying to look for my D&D character earlier, and the internet said it's in Mordecai's Tome of Mayhem. The turtle is mentioned in there, but it is not mentioned in the playable race section. Its stat block is in there, but not the playable race stat block. So I still have to research to find where my turtle is, because I want a turtle, damn it. If I can't have a turtle, I'm playing the smelly furbolg.
Remember when I told you my dog was going to start pulling random things from the shelf and look at me as she walked away?
So you've reached the part in the night where it's time for you to either get ready for bed or pay more attention to the dog?
I mean, I don't usually listen to her. She can get mad and glad in the same pants she got born in. Though she's been getting really creative with it lately. Now she's actually figuring out how to get into my miniature boxes.
Oh, no. No.
She's figured out how to pull boxes out from the corner of them.
Oh, really? Someone's pupper's getting clever.
Guys, don't get an extremely smart dog. Yes, they get trained in less than 3 days for a lot of the simple tasks, or a week for really complex tasks, but they're also super smart to the point where they destroy everything.
Mm-hmm. You pay attention to me, or I'm going to make your life a living hell.
She wanted pets.
Mm-hmm. Surprised mine has left me alone. She's probably finally found a place to sleep and rest for a little bit before the mayhem shall continue. Bum, 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 bum. I need a little bit of brown and white to make the nails look like nails. Or talons. We talons. How do we talon? That is the question today. Thank you for that follow. I'm not even gonna try. Not even gonna try. It's supposed to tell and read it out loud for me so I can hear it once before I try to say it, but it did not for that alert, and that's annoying. Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum. Books. I have been a fan of dark fantasy, so I read the Witcher or listened to the Witcher series on audiobooks. And I was listening to Joe Abercrombie's First Law series. I am finally into the third book of that series, which has been very wholesomely cute at sometimes and weird at the same point. I do like the Bloody Nine, and I have used some of his quotes at work.
The only audiobook I've been listening to with my husband is like called Superheroes for Sale.
I did. Who wrote that one? Was it John Scalzi?
I don't know. My husband really likes it, and so anytime we go on a trip, we go through the next book.
Ah, that is not Scalzi. So there is one that he may enjoy from John Scalzi called Red Shirts and Starter Villain. Red Shirts is a spoof of Star Trek. That was read by Will Wheaton, which I'm kind of not okay with him reading books. Everybody loves him reading books. I don't like him reading books.
We've been reading, or I want to read a book. The next book I want to read, but maybe not audio. It's called NPCs. And basically, I guess it's about a book where all the heroes die, and these villagers that are basic NPCs have to figure out how to save their village.
That sounds hilarious, and I would love it. I was using audiobooks before I started streaming as background noise, but now that I'm streaming, it's kind of hard to use audiobooks as streaming noise or painting noise. So I had all of the First Law series downloaded and ready to go because you get your one free credit from Audible, and it's like, oh my god, I have to use it or lose it, and it's like, why do we lose credits that we pay for anyway? But it has been interesting, and then hold on, new notebook, come back.
I just posted in the chat the NPCs book.
I flagged it. I need to give you special points. NPCs and secondhand curses. The True Haze. Never heard of him. So I would listen to audiobooks, and I was running out of things to listen to. So I found R.R. Verdi's. He wrote the Grave Dealing series, and he was writing another one for like some other like lit fantasy game. I don't know why. Sometimes lit fantasy is like interesting to me to listen to and read, and other times I'm like, this is dumb. It just depends on the book and the author, I guess. Because there was the Verdine Gate from somebody else. I was at a convention, and people are like, "Do you want a free book? It's lit. It's a lit fantasy. It's a lit RPG." I'm like, "Free book? Okay, I'll take it. I don't care." And I listened to that, or I read the first one, and then found out I like listening to them better than I like reading them. But the John Scalzi Starter Villain, my brother got me for Christmas, and I was like, okay, this isn't half bad. Can I help you, my love? Um, I think I finished the V.E. Schwab series, A Darker Shade of Magic on audio. She might be busy with something, Mark. Calm down. It's okay. How are you? Love you. How are you, my sweet? Please don't bite. Please chill out just a smidge. Good evening, Malty. How are you? How are you? Hmm? 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 How are you? So what you up to, Malty? Are you in Apex Legends? Can we cat treat? I don't know. Is it off cooldown? Is it off cooldown, Mark? Yeah, we can cat treat. I'm sure Potato will love that when we cat treat. Oh, empty
It
again. What happened?
Our cat
would.
painting would like to give Katu a treat.
Let's go get you a cat treat. I'll be right back. I know that feeling all too well, Monty. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gather around. It's time for the magical, the amazing cat treat of destiny. We have Kitty. Thank you, green users, and welcome in. Her name is Katra. You lead me down dark path of actions at 3 a.m. What did I do this time? What did I do this time, Multi? No, no. I'm okay with everything. Welcome in, green users. Welcome in, Wobbly. Yes, it is. Katra is her name. She is my stalwart companion. Well, to be fair, Multi, you'd been playing a lot of Apex.
No, I ruined my noodles.
No!
Didn't mix the resin right, and so now it looks funny. So now I have to like make a new batch.
A new batch of resin? Oh no.
I need to make a new batch of noodles.
More noodles.
Out of curiosity, do you play any games?
I used to play a long time ago, but I had stopped. I considered Borderlands 4 just because I like the Borderlands series. I just there's a part of me that wants to be active and be rather than play the video game. It's just I find it to be a lot more mentally stimulating and healthy for me to do art things and paint things. So I like to do it more than play the video games. I used to be a avid League of Legends player. I used to try to play. Was in World of Warcraft. Every once in a while, I would dabble in some Counter-Strike to go back to the olden days of yesteryear. I kind of fell out. I tried to play Elden Ring for a while, but I just couldn't handle it. I can't say I couldn't handle it. I was not enjoying the rhythm because I'm a very white person, and Souls games tend to be rhythm games, so I have a real hard point with it sometimes. Right, I have what feels like an extra challenge than what should be there for myself.
That makes sense.
Baldur's Gate is a banger. I just didn't have a computer at the time that was capable of running it, so I kind of put it to the wayside and did not consider playing it. Now that I have this laptop, I could do it, but I don't want to because everybody's still playing Baldur's Gate, and that's okay. I'd considered finding Silk Song since it's $20, but I don't know if I want to play something like that at this time.
I understand that.
I like platformers, but I don't like them that much. And it's a Metrovania on crack kind of deal. Though there is another gut-wrenching punch story behind one of the bosses in Silk Song. Do you know this one?
Sure.
So apparently, during Hollow Knight, there was a kid that wanted to say thank you to Team Chart, and he did. And turns out the kid had cancer. And at the time, they had started leaking the idea of Silk Song out to the public, and it was taking a while to get out. And this kid really liked Hollow Knight, and it was unfortunate that he had cancer and eventually was going to pass. So at some point, the developers asked him, what do you think about a character in Silk Song? And he drew out a character. So like one of the early bosses, I think it is, the one with the spear and like a cloak, was actually inspired by his artwork. I was like, oh, that's like just mean, man. What are we doing with these feel moments at like 8 a.m. in the morning? Do one, and if you lose, go to bed.
Oh, I just got a message from my best friend.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, to whisper and it's driving your husband nuts. And I said, what? Why? And he's like, we're playing a game. And I said, ha ha ha, joke's on him. Sucks to be him. Because I didn't show up, so they were able to play 4-player games.
Ah. It is a tough offer, but you should be on. So if you're a balance at a 50% win and loss rate, it's a 50-50 chance you're going to bed. And how are you doing tonight, green users? I believe this is one you sculpted, if I'm not mistaken. But I believe everybody's an adult, and if they want to be awake at 3 a.m. in the morning, that is a decision and choice. They will pay for the consequences of their actions on another day. Nailed it. Crushed it. Potatoes Bun is hanging out with me right now.
Hi, I'm Potato Bun.
Yeah. We were just randomly chatting. They wanted to do some art, do some Discord hanging out, so why not? It's a benefit to everybody. You don't have just my boring voice.
You're not
but
boring. I wouldn't show up if you were boring.
Yeah. It's not a full co-stream, it's just a hang and stream. It's just a hang and paint. Hang and paint. Hang and hobby. Hang and hobby. That's what we're up to. Mythology, why do you hate me so? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yes, that's what I need. I'm going to need skin tones eventually. Do I do a green cloak? I think I do a green cloak and desaturate. Mute it.
I think green cloak would pop really nicely for what you have going on right now.
Can't use poisonous green. Would be the wrong green. That was my vortex mixer. For some people, it's a way to be busy and like converse and chat. I know for me, the reason why I started the stream was to hang out and paint. I get to do both, and every couple of seconds, I get to take my eyes off the screen and see what's happening in chat and talk to people and engage with them. I actually kind of like it. Kind of fun. It's a way to recharge and remember that not everything sucks.
I always work more when I work with other people than I am.
So
I have to body double.
Yeah. King Dixon Balls often says that in their stream is body doubling because it's so much easier to do that, and it's so much more fun to have that body doubling moment so you can, feel productive and recharge at the same time. It's weird. It's really weird when you do it, when you say it out loud, but it's so much nicer. Because what is it?
I'm not doing much bottle doubling right now because of my dog.
Dog wants attention. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, Catcher was here, and now she's going to go rest because she got her cat treat. Sometimes she hangs out with me, and sometimes she doesn't. She likes to be just looming about, or she's going to be off in the shadows to keep me protected. This isn't a 4K camera, but it is one that I bought for $100 that I am enjoying far much more than my previous document camera that I've been using. And then Layton Roses uses an OBS bot beat too, if I'm not mistaken. And it works pretty well for her too. I know some people like the Bend IQ cameras. They've been really successful. I was, for a present to myself, I was considering a DSLR. But Easy Peasy Lemon Squeezy recently acquired this camera, which is the Mocoso something something something, which was 80 to $100. But it's all manual, so I physically have to turn the aperture to make it zoom in and out. I think I might modify my arm just a smidge and bring the camera in closer so I have a little bit more depth to play with. But we shall see. We shall see when I have time to engage in such shenanigans. Nailed it, first try. Malty, it is always welcome to see you. You should get some rest, though. Okay. Stay and hang out. Stay and hang out. Fill the tavern with your wares. Tell us your problems. Norm may not be here, but you're always welcome to be around. Three teams. Wait, this game was less than 15 minutes, right? I feel like this should be judged for the subpardness of the game. Shouldn't a match last at least 15 minutes to half an hour? Newfoundland. Oh, dog. Dog. You're talking about a dog. I had a partner that had their family raised doofies, and those dogs could be very crazy.
They sure can be.
Because they're worker breed dogs, right? So they have to have a job. If I'm not mistaken, but so because the dog always had a purple tongue, she thought the tongue was because that's they always fed the dog ice cream, not realizing it was a genetic marker of theirs to have that purple tongue, which would be creepy. But anyway. But there's one day the dog decided it didn't want to be inside anymore. The dog
Uh-oh.
then ran out, jumped out the window. Yes, thank you for that stretch, Malty. Oh.
Emotional damage.
Soft monitor requests a dad joke.
All right, what are we gonna get for a dad joke? What did the digital clock say to the grandfather clock? Look, no hands. At least I didn't do it in a Valley Girl accent like the last one that made Grey Wolf run away. Oh, that was a bad one. Ooh, that one was bad. It's so bad you're sending it to your dad. I see how it is, Joe. Yay! You finally got your stuff from that model streamer. Was it a tank kit that you were trying to win, if I remember? See, Malty, I do remember things. I may remember them out of order, but I do remember things eventually. I don't have the memory of Wapple, but I do have a good memory. orange and you want the green. You want a little bit of ciabatta. Some more orange. That's what you want. Is it a big Texan mug that has the Texas national anthem, where the stars and stripes are big in Texas? I don't know. Don't quote me on that, please.
Oh no, Texas is scary.
Actually, the Texas Worklink Gaming Club was at ReaperCon.
I've had more issues with like Texas than anything because like apparently my family owns, well, I have a family member that passed away and my dad got ownership of a house.
Uh-huh.
And they put me as 1/12 owner of the house and they're trying to serve me Texas to appear in court in Texas. I was like, no, thank you.
Ah. Hold on. Hold on, Multi. I can answer this question. Let me zoom out. So this is a big mug. It's about a hand and a halfer. I typically pour my coffee in it in the morning. And now it's currently full of water that I've been sipping out of. Because it has a little flippy lid here to drink coffee out of and a little straw that you can sip water out of. So I have an adult sippy cup. Fight me. Just remember, that's my protector.
How do you like to fight?
I throw cute cat pics. I am not ashamed.
That sounds challenging.
What was it? Sam Lins and Miniac and Ninjon before he started doing what Ninjon's doing now. Jokingly got together and made a spoof about what am I trying to think of? The what is like terms of miniature painting, like wet blending and like getting there. And Sam Lins comes in and he's like, we don't have pens. We only use brushes here. And like pulls out brushes for like a wrist cuff or something. Like he's like a really cool kid. That video is so cringy. It's not even funny, but it's like, now I understand like what it is. Cause they go through like this class with Sam and they're like, I still don't know what wet blending is. She's got the zoomies, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. You can also see the colors. And it's not like blasting in your eyes anymore. It's crazy, Jay. It's crazy. Essentially, yes. So we might be post-poop zombie at the moment.
Painty_paints, stay in frame, smiley face.
Yeah, that's going to be a thing for a while again, Multi. I got to figure out a way to position the camera that's a little bit more natural and give me a little bit more room to work around and move around. So I might switch its arm location up and move it off to the right. I just need to be careful because don't want to accidentally poke it with my brush that I've been prone to do in the past. How goes your second resin pour? And do you do a lot of resin pours, or do you just do when you need to make something specific?
What now?
I was curious how your resin pouring is going. Is it going well?
Oh, it didn't go too well, but I was making soup broth for my noodles. The
Soup-
color wasn't right, and it covered up the noodles, so I had to
Oh.
start over again. I didn't make it translucent enough.
At some point, I need to do an epoxy pour with my Lady of the Lake and my Morgana, possibly. I bought resin or epoxy, UV activated epoxy for that because a lot of people would use epoxy for water effects and pours. I bought that like 3 years ago, and it's been sitting in a jar. It's been sitting sealed in its jar for a while. I'm like, we're either going to have a great time with this experiment, or it's going to be the worst thing ever, and I never want to touch it again. Because I saw something for the Lady of the Lake, and I was like, I want to do that. It's just eyes the scareds and haven't paid in the lady yet.
The thing about resin I don't like is how fickle it can be at times.
When you said that, my brain immediately wanted to quote Sheldon Cooper going, "Oh, you mistress of a bitch gravity, how dare thee you behave the way you were supposed to."
Exactly.
I mean, hold on, Multi. Hold on. Hold on. Let me zoom this out. So this is the base for the archer. For my fall archer that I'm going to start. I may start her on Saturday. I'm not sure. I've kind of got ideas that I want to do. But essentially... Oh, where did all the pieces go? Oh, there we go. This big box of pieces becomes something that has a backdrop of a diorama. So we're starting small, Multi. We're starting small. We'll call it a vignette. It's a vignette. Wait. I also have a Yes. It takes me... I'm baby stepping it, Multi. I'm baby stepping it. All right. But the idea being that I can step up slightly different with the game and utilize different tools. Because I do have a leaf hole punch, so I could scatter leaves on the base with some thin super glue once I am ready to do that. And lock it down with thin super glue.
That's exciting. I want to see the end result.
So one day, like most of my art inspiration, sometimes it seems like, is I was talking with Zombie Sashimi, and sometimes it comes from conversations, or somebody goes, "What about this?" I go, "That's a great idea. Let me continue to try to flush that idea out." The idea being that he was painting something from Warcrow, and he was painting wood elves. And as he was painting them, he's like, "Oh, fall theme." I was like, "Oh, that archer that I got from Chimera reads as a fall theme. I should do that." And now my brain's been like, "You're a dumbass for suggesting that," because you're trying to like, I'm like trying to figure out how to make all of the pieces of it work in a using like that fall kind of color palette and make it like proportionally correct. When I was at ReaperCon, I took a class from the Van Pattens, Christine and her husband. I forget her husband's name. Please don't judge me. But one of the things that they recommended is if you like follow like a photo or like a color, Kyle, thank you, green users. It was always Christine Van Patten on the call out sheet. He said his name and I just forgot. His name is Kyle, his name is Kyle, and his name is Kyle. Hopefully I will remember in the future. But the idea of it being is that if you found a reference photo, what you want to do is you want to take and proportion your colors to be the same on the photo, right? So if you found like one of those fall photos, you get your 4 primary colors and then use that as your base to pick your palette. Bum, 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 bum.
It's about close to my bedtime, so well, when I was planning to go to bed tonight anyways. So I'm gonna head off.
You have a great time. Thank you for hanging out with me, Potato. And
I'd like to do it again.
on
you don't
Saturdays, I do it, and on Fridays, I'm always open, and Sundays
Okay.
as well.
I'll keep
You're
that in
always
mind.
welcome. And I might have an unhinged feral at some time with me. Multi,
For sure.
you need some rest.
It'd be super fun to co-stream with you one day, but today I was just too exhausted to be like an actual social face. So I didn't even want to see people in real life.
That is okay. It is okay to say no to people. It happens, and you need to do it from time to time. And yeah. Yep.
You take care, and I can't wait to see all the beautiful work you do.
You take care as well, and I look forward to seeing you stream on a cringe thirsty Thursday.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. And I can turn that up just a smidge now. Also, this is one of my favorite artists, Closey. I like them. Yep. We are definitely post-poop Zoomy times. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Multi, you have a great rest, by the way. Yeah, 1 second, sweetie. Well, while the ads run, we're going to switch scenes really quick. Yes, that does happen up there. Okay. Ba-na-na-na. Are you going to get it? You going to get it? Hmm? The kitty wiggles. Bum, bum. All right. I believe she's done wanting to play. Oh, goody. That broke. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum. Ba-na-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. And on the vertical sheen. There we go. Isn't it Phasmo time, Jay? Okay. I thought you were an hour behind me. Or well, it's nearly 10 here. Oh, okay. I understand. And I'm very much into a techno mode right now, so sorry if the music's a little annoying. It's just it's one of those that I didn't want full lo-fi, but I also didn't want. So now we get cat techno. Meow. I know you don't, Jay. I know you don't. And it shouldn't be too loud either, right? Should be relatively quiet. I kind of wanted it to be more swing, but apparently decided to get away from the swing. Yeah. This time just gonna donut. Get your prey? Oh, I love you. I don't need that right now. I don't need that right now. I don't need that right now. I need this right now. Bum, 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 bada, bum, bum. Sorry, I was not liking that song too much. That's one of the reasons why I tend to prefer lo-fi sometimes, because I don't think about the music in the background. But when I have to think about the music, I do not like it. I'd been going so long, my camera started to droop. I do need to swap that arm out. It's I'm For You by Magnetic. It's pretty good. But no, it's still the same playlist. I just skipped over the song that it was playing. I didn't. It was making me think too much, and I did not want to think while it paint. I really like turning my brain off when I'm painting and focusing on the colors. Yeah, so it's still the same idea. I just really don't. I just didn't want to hear that last song. And if a playlist requires me to skip more than 3 songs, it usually gets retired. Oops. There we go. There's that swing. There's that swing. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-na-na-na. Which one, Jay? The one that was just playing? That should be what it is. I'm For You by Magnetic. You're welcome. I know. It's I because I acquired premium for some reason for YouTube. Oh, it's because that's the only way I can really make clips that I never use. But the YouTube music aspect works a lot better for streaming because it's not catching as many it's not doing the random bitrate drops. There was one time one of the playlists did have like a staticky scratch to it. That was messing with solo tear. That was it. But if I don't use that playlist, then it's usually fine. Excuse me. That is my second yawn. Really big yawn. Anyway. Ba-na-na-na-na. Is that going to work? Is it brown for my feather base? You're okay, sweetie. You're A-okay. You're okay. I don't know if that brown's the right brown. Kind of like it. Alright, so if that's going to go that way. Gotta take up this leg a little bit. See if I can balance it out. Can I? These are the important questions of the evening, yeah? All right. And sorry, your pen got
Emotional damage.
Solo tier request a dad joke.
1 second, Solo. That's broken. Got a new suit recently made out of entirely living plants. I wasn't sure at first, but it's surely grown on me. Thank you very much, Short Solo. Oh, infected mushroom. I knew this sounded familiar. Oh my God. Those were the days. Bum, bum, ba-da, bum, bum, bum. What are you thinking, Jay? I don't know if I want to make that darker. Maybe just do a crimson base. And then bring it up. And I think I don't want this. I think this is too browny. Greeny brown. But greeny brown would work. Overall, compositionally speaking. Probably. I could be speaking out of my ass. No. 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 Sweetie, no. I need you to make up your mind where you want to go. I love you to death, but not right now, please. Okay, sweetie. Love you to death, but I'm going to put up a raid timer because I am getting the sleepies.
Thank you Interreminize coming in with the awesome people.
Thank you for the raid, Interminis. Right as I'm about to put on my raid timer to go to sleep. Thank you. What are you working on tonight with Lotus K? Sweetie, you should calm down. No, no, no. What the heck is beeping in my back of my head right now? Sounds like fun. Oh, son of a biscuit. Somehow I got sounds turned on for alerts. Dang it. I'm gonna have to find that. What's up, Lotus? How are you? Bum, bum, bum. What were you working on tonight? Bum, 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 bum. Mmm. The still. So I read that as the ministerium priest, the still. And I was about to go into this tirade about how they were the still priest and nothing moved. Like it was an Elden Ring lore boss or something. Banana, banana. Okay. It is time to rate out. I have the sleepies. And I've been at it for a while. Let's go find our good friend Wicked. Yes, and I need to find why the chat sounds pop off. And if it's something that Catcher accidentally pushed or something that somebody else did. I'm not quite sure. I'd like everyone to say thank you for being here. It's always welcome. I love you all. Let's all have a great night. And then we are going to go see an amazing other painter who's painting for the greater good.